Seriously? Oh man, what happened to me at the lodge? The player came here. Oh man. Big one, please.
Good evening, chat. Hopefully you can hear me now. You tuned into our Sunday WPT Step 1 final table here on TCH Live. I'm William Lottie, aka the New York Knit, with you. Let me know if you can hear me in the chat. All right, so we've got, well, actually we've got the action tracker sorting itself out. Currently playing 2,500, 5,000, 5,000 blinds. Just saw a meet get cord with kings running into aces. Unfortunate for him. Get these cards out to these players. Holding up just one moment while we address an issue. Here we go. We got action. We got Professor. Professor sitting in seat 6. We got some familiar faces here. Folding the Jack 3. Going to fold around. We got junior producer Seth with the kings here. He'll be raising 15,000. Oh, and Janice has ace queen. Going to have a collision of big hands here. Playing 30 bigs effective. This could end up going in. There is going to be a 3-bet from Janice. Making it 35,000, a little bit on the small side. Seth just going to call here, and he's going to flop top set. Janice with the cut shot. And looks like Seth chose to lead out here. Junior producer leading out. 3,500. Janice is going to call. 4 on the turn will change nothing. Now junior producer moving all in for his remaining 81,000 and getting the fold. He's going to show his top set. So he's going to chip up nicely here. Up near the top. We got 3 players over 200,000 and then a bunch of shorter stacks in the 15 to 25 big blind neighborhood. 4 players getting paid this evening. Those 4 players getting a seat in next Sunday's Step 2 tournament. First place also getting $2,215. Second place $1,495. Third place $1,050. Fourth place $780.
Worst branding ever.
And we got Tad with a couple of red 5s. Makes the open. Junior producer Seth living a blessed life, getting aces now to follow up those kings. Got to put in the 3-bet, but just going to get this one through immediately. And going to show the goods again. So just like that, he's our chip leader. Sitting just over $250,000. Lorenzo, our short stack, 65,000. About 13 big blinds is still plenty workable.
I might jam. I had a
Why
pair.
would you a jam on that? You can't call 40. If you're going to call 40, you're going to put it over.
I don't know. If you make it
Actually,
like 25, I can rip it in your eye with 7s.
You're right. You would have won if you did that. You're right. You're smarter than I am. Remember that.
Debatable.
No, it's not.
Extra tracker not quite caught up yet, but we do have a min raise from seat 4. Tied with the 9s.
What? IQ?
Hunter defends with his ace-6 of diamonds, checks through. And now Todd will make top boat, 9s full of 4s. Hunter now drawing dead. 10 on the river. See if Hunter takes a stab at it. He will. Makes it 12,000, and then we'll just see how big Todd goes with his raise. Hunter's not going to pay for any price with his holding.
15 points less.
That's pretty close.
I know, right? I'm close to even done.
Yeah, but that's actually not.
Looks like Todd's going on the small side.
Uh,
Gets the snap
I
calls.
think it was 40.
And he did go for 40.
Yep, nice.
Thanks for being with us this evening here on Twitch, on TCH Live. Get another handout. Janice opening the Queen Jack. Professor opting to fold the Ace 10. Folds around, Janice steals some blinds. If you like what you're seeing, hit that follow button and tell a friend. Texas Card House on Twitch. Be sure to join us 7 days a week for some poker action from Texas Card House.
Raise 15.
Junior producer, little suited connector, good enough to make it 15K. Ace Queen in the big blinds for Nick. See if he goes for the call or the 3-bet against an under the gun opener. You may tread a little bit more lightly since he should be pretty strong. Does call and flops aces up. Junior producer with the heart draw. Could have some action here. Little 10K C-bet saying, hey, I should have this board. Nick's thinking, but I actually have this board. See how he opts to continue here. Does go for the check raise. 30,000, pretty small sizing, gets the call. And Junior producer is going to get there with his hearts. Nick drawing to an ace or a queen to fill it up. Nick looking like he's going to continue.
It's 45.
45,000. Seth with the call. And Nick fills on the river. Queens full of aces. Going to be the best hands. Little under pot left. This could be all the chips in the middle here. Nick considering what he wants to do. Only losing to pocket aces, which theoretically Seth could have aces, but there's only one combination of aces, and there's a whole lot of combinations of flushes. I suppose he is also losing to the King Jack for the royal flush. Can't be scared of that. Nick is going to bet 65,000. Junior producer going to snap him and get the bad news. Nick with 399,000 chips now. A clear chip leader. Professor with 234 for over 45 bigs, and then everyone else under 30.
I don't know if he's sharp on the 10. He'll probably fold.
Be sure and join us tomorrow for our 5:10 uncapped game here in Austin. Our big game in Dallas on Tuesday, 5-5-10 from Dallas on Wednesday, 2-5 from Austin on Thursday. Let me get this action tracker caught up here. Hunter opened the queen jack, and now Nick's gonna have some Judies, and he's just gonna move all in. Gets it through. The rich get richer. And we continue on. Again, be sure to hit follow if you like what you're seeing here.
Option.
Hunter went to mystery hand. The blinds come along. Ace, ace, 3. Backdoors for junior producer. We don't know what Hunter's got.
Can you scan your card?
He has got 9-8 suited. Thank you for scanning the cards.
Fold.
We'll get this through. Aggression clearing out the better hands. Hunter limping in the 6-5 suited. Janice limping with a raise. Todd getting a free look. Jack 10-5. Hunter with bottom pair and the best hand at the moment. Ace on the turn will put Janice out ahead. 7 high diamond draw for Todd. 4 folds to the min bet. And Hunter folds as well. And here at TCH, we have our bad beat jackpot across all 4 locations. Qualifier today is aces full of kings beaten by quads or better. Aces full of kings or better beaten by quads or better. Jackpot at $51,000. Plus, everyone in every club gets $100 when it hits. TexasCardHouse.com for complete details. Gotta be blind versus blinds here. To a flop we go. Something for everyone here. Lorenzo with top pair, Todd with middle pair. Todd checks it. Lorenzo shoves for $55,000, which is several times the pot. Quick fold. Lorenzo shows the king.
He said he'd pay you off at that minus jack. What's that?
And Jack 3 closed and like that.
Is there 3 out there?
No, there was 2 clubs.
2 clubs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
WPT Step 1 final table tonight. TCH Live.
Fold winner.
Jake Pye, thanks for following. Everyone else watching, be sure and hit that follow button.
It's a show. What are you talking about?
Yeah, shove right in the presser. Yeah, snap from
You fought 2 jacks.
Those aces, maybe. I may have shoved them. May have shredded and all that.
Queens for the professor on the small blind. Gonna make the raise and get no action.
Bottom of my range.
Bottom of the range, right.
Give him nothing later. Got his quota.
Hey, aces early.
If you're enjoying this, be sure to tell your friends. Hey, come over to Texas Card House on Twitch.
Raise to 10. Fold, fold. 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 Heads up.
So, in the chat, what are you guys seeing on the video? I'm not seeing issues.
Check.
Let us know, please. Ace A7 flop, tied with trip aces,
That's 7.
tied with not a whole lot in the big blinds. But not a believer yet. He is going to float here.
All in.
And Todd's going to opt to just go ahead and 3-bet it all in here. Perhaps trying to protect against the heart. Todd going to make the folds. So Tad's stack grows a bit shorter. So we continue here on TCH Live. William Moretti, a.k.a. the New York Knit, with you. Sounds like the video is a little bit choppy. So this is... so we are on Twitch right now. This will be uploaded to YouTube later on this week. This might be a hiccup on Twitch's end. Apologies if the video is chopping. It's something that's unfortunately not in our control right now, but I'm sure the upload later on will be smooth. But thanks for hanging with us. Sorry, the technical gremlins are striking for the second straight Sunday. Part of the variance in poker, doing a live stream, sometimes the tech cooperates, sometimes it doesn't. King Queen for Nick in the small blinds. Gonna make the raise.
Raise to 10.
Looks like he goes small. Just the min raise. Junior producer. Settling some calling chips. Very much priced in. Ace, queen, deuce, middle pair for Nick. Check, check. 4 on the turn does give junior producer a gut shot. May not be enough to keep him around though. Does make the folds. Slowest Ninja, thanks for giving us the follow. Thanks for being here. Be sure and tell all your friends about Texas Card House on Twitch. As we get another handout here on our step 1 final table, WPT steps. Lorenzo with some 10s. Goes for the 20,000 sizing, does not make it all in. Gets it through. So 4 players cashing tonight, and those 4 players also getting seats in next week's WPT Step 2 tournament here at TCH Austin. That'll be a 20K guarantee re-entry tournament. Winner of that tournament gets a seat in Step 3. In fact, they get the final seat in Step 3. We've already given out 5 of them. Those 6 players will play a sit and go that I'm sure we'll be bringing to you here on TCH Live. Winner of that gets a seat at the WPT Steps Championship. It's all the way to the small blinds. Janet's gonna limp. Todd gonna check. Both players whopping a pair. Todd with a gut shot to go with his pair. Janice makes it about half pot. Todd could definitely stick around here. He chooses not to, though. Janice going to show the jack. A lot of these players seem to want their opponents to know that they're not bluffing. They have it every time. How often do you guys in the chat show your cards? Let us know.
Small one, please. No break? No breaks. Hold. Well, then, someone yell block it and again. Hold.
Most of the points again. Todd limping his mystery hands. Lorenzo's
Turn
got
the
King
clock.
Jack of Hearts. Very legitimate holding. He could opt to go all in. He does just check. 10, 7, 6. Backdoors into overs for
We're
Lorenzo.
not doing breaks, so next level.
He's going to bet 2/3 pot, 10,000. Don't know what Todd has, but whatever he had, he didn't like it. Does make the folds. Lorenzo picking up a pot that he
3-6.
very much needs, sitting under 100K. Nick well out in front right now.
I'll just get it back this way.
Points are up 3, 6, and 6. Hunter with the king queen. Not going for all of it, just 15,000. Sitting with less than 10 bigs. Nick is pipped right now with his king jack. But he may continue here. He does not. Hunter gets it through. I see a few of you like to show those hands. Slowest Ninja gets called a lot. Well, depending on where you're playing, that could definitely be a thing. Jibby779, thanks for following. Tad moving all in with his King 9 suited.
Okay, all in.
46,500. Almost 8 big blinds.
Yes, you can.
Junior producer's got 5s, and he's got a choice here. It's going to be all of his chips if he chooses to continue. With 5s, you're hoping you're in a coin flip scenario. Against a short stack, you may well be in that spot.
Yeah, 47.5, yeah.
And Janice has kings. Obviously reshipping there. Tad going to see that he's in a world of trouble. Junior producer breathing a sigh of relief. He didn't go with those 5s that were doomed.
9.
Unless that 5 comes on the river. Now I'm sure his heart is sinking here. And Janice will eliminate Tad in 8th place. 7 players remain, 4 getting paid, unless they make another arrangement. Fishnado, thanks for being here. Thanks for following. Hope you're enjoying the show. Looks like we do have a dealer change happening. Jeremy exiting, and I believe that's Sal pushing in. Super producer Carolyn confirming that is Sal.
Are you either racing?
Jenny Boy 375, thanks for following.
What did you have? Yeah, I think you should put it in. Correct place, put it in. Of course, you don't know what behind has, but
Fishneto's just here to rail Nick. Well, hopefully Nick gets deep for you. A lot of people like to turn these final tables on to watch their friends play.
More than anything, I lost.
Professor's got 3s. Raises his button. Nick's got 5s. He's got the chips and he's got the best hands. These might be 3-betting chips he's cutting out. Does decide to put in the 3-bet with the 5s to try and take it down here. Not many flops that 5s are going to want to see. Maybe just thinking 5s made a set the last hand. Maybe they will this time. May want to go a little bit bigger to get folds though. It's only another 24,000 into a pot that's going to be 89,000. Professor is going to let it go. Nick picking up some chips. Almost twice the next stack.
What's up? Hey, Carolyn, we won't stream this. Streaming right now? It'll be on YouTube later this week. Oh, okay. It's going to be a recording. Oh, it's on Twitch right now.
All right, we'll get another hand going here.
Not on Facebook.
Oh, seat 4 is not there. His hand is dead.
Tried to watch it the other day.
Must be at the table when the final card hits the button.
Raise 15.
Just missed it. Not that it was much to miss out on. And Lorenzo's going to run into some aces sitting in seat 1. See how Nick decides to proceed from small blinds. Probably never pre-bet.
Raise 45,000.
Makes it 45. Junior producer gets out of the way immediately, as does Lorenzo. More chips heading Nick's way. They've got junior producer and Hunter both sitting below 10 bigs. Lorenzo with 11 bigs. And then a big gap up to Todd. And with more players getting paid, we may see some of the bigger stacks be a bit more careful around each other, like we saw with Nick and Professor before, to where they may want to see how things play out for those short stacks. Hunter with the ace-10 suited does not go for the all-in sizing. Both Janice's big blinds, pocket fours. Lets them go. Wonder what Hunter would have done if Janice had decided to move all in. Usually sitting with less than 10 bigs, you'll want to just move all in to give your opponents the maximum opportunity to fold. G slow 1 following now. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for watching. Thanks to all of you here in the Twitch chat watching. Professor with the sixes.
Raise 10,000 full.
Nick with the suited ace. Thinking about it. Let's go for the flat. You see the inferior ace wheel suited get folded out of the big blinds. Ace, jack, 8, top pair for Nick. Nothing for Professor. Check, check, queen on the turn. Professor needing a 6. Nick is gonna go ahead and fire. Professor will just get out of the way. Nick over 500,000 chips now. Slowly chipping away at all of his opponents. As we continue TCH Live, WPT Step 1, final table, or 7K guarantee re-entry. Four players getting paid. $22.15 up top, $7.80 for fourth place, plus a Step 2 seat for all four of those players, valued at $330. So really fourth place is $1,110 with the seat, which will be a huge bubble when we get there. Professor opening his suited ace. Just going to get it through. all this month at Texas Card House, Austin, between the hours of 10 a.m. 12 p.m. You can play for free. One of our promos we got going on here. All summer long, member appreciation on Tuesdays in Austin, 50% off. Friday nights, 50% off for the ladies here at Texas Card House, Austin. See TexasCardHouse.com for all of our promos. So we continue on here. Junior producer, 10-7 suited, 9 big blinds. Gonna look at his hand and fold. And Professor's gonna get a walk with 9s. The pain he's gonna show.
Oh, man.
He didn't want to walk there.
It's like we know. Ace, king, 9. Then you had queens in the small blind.
Yeah, I heard.
We have 4 poker. Thanks for following.
What do you say? Yeah, we both heard all that.
I didn't get anything.
He said, I know.
Oh yeah, he said I know because he was looking at his.
Like it sucks when you get the walk there, but be careful what you wish for. One time I'm in some tournament somewhere and I get a walk with kings in the big blinds.
I know.
Very next door, but I get kings in the big blinds. I run into aces for a lot of chips.
I'm thinking.
Why couldn't I got a walk?
Fold, fold. Fold, fold.
Lorenzo deciding the king-jack offsuit is the hand he's going to go with on the button. Gets it through. Will B. Hill, thanks for following. Says he stacks Nick all the time. Well, I'm sure some of these players wish you were there to stack him.
Oh, you have to look at him. I think he like.
Continues to suck up all the chips here. Janice with the ace-king suited.
Raise. 22,000. Fold, fold.
17,000.
Fold.
Very strong holding. Gonna get it through. Usually go a little bit smaller as the stacks get shorter. Bruce a Kip, thanks for following. Janice with the king queen. Besides the folds, maybe she continues if it were suited. Blind versus blind. Nick's got 10-9. He's going to move all in. I really like this against the short stack. It doesn't want to go broke. Picks up a couple of blinds. Z Trow, Inferno, 7-11 Soto. Thank you guys for following. Thanks for being here. Tell all your friends. Texas Card House on Twitch. That's where it's at tonight. WPT step 1 final table. 7K guarantee re-entry. A lot of rags. Queen Jack offsuit for Nick.
Hey.
Nick makes the open and gets the folds.
in, Professor.
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. Just woke up.
You're watching TCH Live, Step 1 WPT Steps Final Table. I'm William Waddy with you this evening.
Yep. I can, yeah.
As we continue, 7 players remaining.
I didn't even fix my hand yet. Get that checked. Oh,
Folds the Genesis small blind, Jack 9. Limping in. At big blind, Danny's going to make the odds to where you should play pretty much anything at the step. Janice does get top pair.
bet.
And takes it on the flop. Nick with a commanding chip lead, over 500,000 chips. Junior producer, Hunter, Lorenzo, all sitting in the danger zone. Meg H 137, thanks for the follow. Thanks for being here on
Hey,
Twitch.
so Ryan and I are trying to come up with a new game. Kind of like bomb pods, but it's something else different. No, but we see. You have to pay in order to keep cards. You can dealt 6 cards, you can be discarded as each street.
Another blind versus blind. Tied with the ace king, gonna just open rip. Lorenzo with the king jack. He's got a choice here. He's gonna fold. He's gonna fold. Wow. Usually, that's a call. If you look at the game theory optimal charts, that's usually a call. Maybe he had a little spidey sense there. A little spidey sense that said he's got it. And he lets it go.
I wonder what it's like to see 2 face cards.
I haven't seen 2 face cards.
Yeah, I didn't want to fold. Actually, if you checked, I probably would have made the shot.
Got another hand down here.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate it.
Suited ace for Todd.
Raise 12,500.
Min raise from Todd. Or just over min raise. 12,500.
Oh, okay. The raise will be 13,000.
So it's going to be 13,000. So what's going on here is at the 3/6 level, normally we wouldn't have purple chips in play, the 500 chips. They'd have been colored up after the last level. And there's a break normally, but we hit final table on the early side, so those are in play. You have to bet in increments of 1,000 here.
Fold. All right.
So Lorenzo just flatting small blind with 9, so that was another shove candidate there. Queen, Jack, Jack. Lorenzo out ahead, but probably not feeling great about this. Check, check. 5 on the turn.
Check.
Check, check. Ace on the river.
Check.
Todd is going to be good at showdown. It goes check, check, shows his river ace.
Yes, I should have.
Or the fluff.
Yeah, or the flop. Yeah, I missed my
I wonder how Todd plays against the shove there pre-flop.
I didn't really want to talk about it, thanks, No, I'm
GMGMJ, thanks for following. I have no idea how to try and pronounce that.
Oh, I know, I'm so
so I'm not even gonna try.
Yeah. Well, at least you know how to play when you go.
7 players left, 3 of them below 10 big blinds,
Yeah, they're
4 of them getting paid.
Another flop beneath those.
And Nick with the jacks.
5-card hand, horizontal and vertical. We're gonna burn another.
Sometimes it's your night and you just get all the hands.
Fold. Burn the third flop, and that's gonna be the best 5-card hand. Horizontal, vertical.
See if he gets any action here.
Fold, call. Call.
Professor's got 5s, he's got a flat. Hunter's gonna come along with his 9-8 suited with some pot odds. 4-2 stews. Hunter does have a club draw. Nick's overpair the best hands. 42,000's in the middle right now. Hunter with less than that behind.
Bet 15,000.
Nick's going to make it 15. Just going to go third pot. Professor having an overpair. Going to come along. Pretty much the only time 5s are going to have an overpair. The 4-2 stews. And Hunter's going to fold the club draw. That's a candidate to put it in. And it's going to see the 8 hit the turn. Professor checks. Nick goes for 25 now. See if Professor's a believer. He is a believer. He is going to fold. Team GMJ talking about some barbecue chicken that would make you slap a dealer in the face. Don't slap our dealers, please. Our dealers are nice. But chicken sounds good. Gonna have some chicken after the show. I'm gonna get home and make some chicken. Junior producer, Hunter the gun. Nothing, gonna have to make the fold. King Queen for Lorenzo, gonna move all in from the cutoff. Nick, not enough to call off with, so Lorenzo gonna pick up 2.5 big blinds that he very much needs. And we continue on here. Be sure and join us all week here on TCH Live. We got cash game action Mondays through Fridays. Tournament final tables Saturday and Sunday. All right. Lorenzo folds an ace. Professor's going to open his ace. Looks like 16,000. Ace deuce offsuit. Hunter's got a short stack. He's going to fold the 5s. Surprising that he doesn't decide to go with that hand. Nick with a suited connector. Got a choice to make. Makes the fold. Junior producer. Letting go with the 10-3. Really want to see a hand at some point with that stack. If you're in Hunter's shoes, you've got to go with that pocket pair there, I think. It may feel like you're close to the money. You're really not. 7 players in, 4 getting paid. You have to lose almost half the field to make the money. Like, it's going to be hard for you to outlast 3 other players, especially with the chip dynamics as they are. Hunter's got queens. He is going to go with the queens. All in for about 30K.
You have an all in?
Junior producer with the 10-7 and 4 big blinds and pot odds is going to go ahead and go with the 10-7, and he's going to see that he's pretty dominated. Going to need a lot of help here. And the set of queens is going to seal junior producer Seth's fate. Good game, Seth eliminated in 7th place. Hunter's queens holding and doing more than that.
Yep, you get barely. Alright, then it's gonna be a 10, buddy.
Started out with a bunch more chips, and just everything goes wrong sometimes. Think back to that nasty cooler with the boat versus flush. And sometimes it goes like that.
As long as I'm here.
Alright, now blinds are up. Blinds are up 4,000, 8,000, 8,000. Blinds are up now.
Sal telling the players we're now playing 4, 8, and 8 blinds.
Blinds are up. Oh, alrighty then.
So with
So happy that
Hunter stacking junior producer there, that leaves Lorenzo a lot shorter than the others. And he's got his blind coming up real soon.
on this TV. Tournament, it's not that simple. It's totally simple.
See if Lorenzo has a shoving hand. He does not.
Hold. Raise. 21,000. Oh, you didn't. Oh, you just hold.
He's queen for Professor.
Gotcha. Hold.
That's a raise.
Hold.
And gets it through.
Sounds good. Thank
So Nick with a lot, Professor with the second most. Not nearly what Nick has, but healthy amount of chips here, about 30 big blinds. Action tracker's adjusting itself. Nick with the queen 7.
Raise. 16,000.
Those for the min raise, I think. 16,000. Janice going to defend her button with the Jack 10 offsuit. Lorenzo, Jack 10 offsuit of his own. Gonna fold though. Even with the min raise, deciding not enough hands. Ace, ace, 8. Nick's still ahead with the queen high. Has the range advantage. Gonna have all the aces. Is gonna get that through. Janice having whiffed on that flop. We see Hunter and Lorenzo both below 10 big blinds. 2 players away from the money. I'm sure both hoping that we get a cooler among the other 4 players. As we continue TCH Live WBT Step 1 final table here in Austin. $165 got you into this tournament. Hunter letting go the King Jack. Lorenzo gonna move low in with the King Queen suited. Professor with the J stack, the 6-3. Price is probably not quite good enough to call with any 2. He is gonna fold. Lorenzo gonna show the goods.
King, queen? Yeah. Flop oil flush.
Coming up next month up at TCH Dallas, we got $1 million guaranteed tournament. 900 gets into that. You can see the complete schedule at texascardhouse.com. Happening in mid-September. I'm sure I'll get up there and fire that one. Should be a great time. Always lots of action up in Dallas. Now Nick with the king-queen.
Oh, sorry, raise. My fault. Raise. Raise 16,000. Fold.
Min raise from Nick.
Fold 16,000.
I think we just saw sixes hit them up. Professor flats with the tens. Hunter with the ace-deuce suited, priced into coming along. I can understand Professor choosing to flat given the ICM situation. So close to the money. No need to get into it with the big stack. And Nick is going to flop trips. Going to check through. Queen on the turn. Nick will be good if it gets the showdown. Hunter sitting with bottom pair. Checks through again. Nick decides to bet now. 16,000. Professor's gonna call. Not a believer yet, and he is beating some draws here. 2 flush draws available. Oh no! Professor makes tens full versus Nick's kings full of queens. Getty cooler of the night candidate here. I think there's a very good chance we end up saying goodbye to the professor here. See how big Nick goes.
Bet 35,000. It's a call. Showdown.
Nick makes it 25,000. Professor just calls! Wow! Professor just calls. I will bow to the professor. I get to that river. My ass is going broke. Wow. Nick, I'm sure, astonished that he just got the call with the boat. Professor dodges a huge bullet. Lorenzo and Hunter undoubtedly cursing Professor under their breath right now for not raising.
That was the next level call right there.
Fold.
Now Lorenzo gets the tens. He does go all in.
He's all in.
Professor folding his suited ace. And Hunter with the ace-jack. I imagine this is going in. And he folds. Wow. At bat depth, pretty tight folds, especially against another short stack who's in the same boat as you are. Lorenzo's just going to steal some
I was
blinds.
trying to figure out what I was getting called with. I didn't know. I didn't think about pocket ten.
Echo Grant, thanks for following. Some crazy tournament action tonight on our final table. Hope you're all enjoying this in the chat.
Came out, so it's also scared card too. So
Thank you so much for being here as we
trying to get like a
play our WPT Step 1 final table here at TCH Austin, Texas Card House Austin. William Lottie with you this evening. Be sure and hit that follow button if you haven't already on Twitch. We bring you content 7 days a week. Blind versus blinds. Nick has nines. See how he decides to play them. We know Janice won't be putting any money in with 7-deuce offsuit. At least not pre-flop. That is a raise from Nick. A min raise, and Janice will fold. Show that she has the worst hand. Looking at our chip counts, we got Janice and Todd both under 20 bigs, both in like that 17 big blind neighborhood. I got Hunter and Lorenzo short. Lorenzo with 9 bigs, Hunter with just 5.
I know, but it's just like I thought it was something else.
See if anyone has anything for Nick tonight.
Okay.
Lorenzo has ace king. All in, he says. Good luck, Lorenzo. See if he gets action here. He will not. Lorenzo's going to say, I got it this time.
At least they're easy decisions.
Yeah, I know. It's really
Let's see. People in the chat discovering our loyalty points and a chance to gamble those. You do need at least 10 points to gamble. For those of you new to our program. So we've got another hands out here. Some quick folds. Lorenzo gonna get a walk.
What a walk.
Lorenzo up to 100K now. Feeling better than he did a few hands ago. We've got Nick with a lot of chips, Hunter with a few chips, and then a pretty big log jam in the middle. And we have a misdeal, unfortunately. One of the first 2 cards gets exposed. That is a misdeal. So we'll shuffle them up and go again. These cards are a bit tricky to handle. They are thicker than the normal cards. They're also sometimes stickier. They'll stick together a bit more.
I think it was an ace.
Oh.
And now the Professor getting the walk with his suited king. I'll show the king. Let's get some action. Shuffle those cards harder. Whatever that means, just do it.
So you're saying you would have called my shove?
Possible. Think about fine.
Yeah, think about it. I'm only gonna shove when I'm ahead. Just remember that. If you call me zero head, that's why we've never been in a heads up situation yet.
Blind versus blind. Professor's going to raise.
24,000.
What is essentially an all-in. Hunter going to release the queen 5, where he probably should have just put it in, actually, with any 2 cards, having just 3 big blinds left. Hard to envision a scenario where he outlasts 2 more players without him getting a double up. He is down to just 3 big blinds and having to put half a big blind in the middle.
Great.
And Janice has some aces now.
Fold, fold,
Lots of folds.
fold, fold. Did you get that through there?
Janice's raise gets through unopposed.
He was playing the tournament.
Not showing the aces this time.
I didn't mean to rush. I just got
Playing
yeah,
cash
how much
too.
did that-
Yeah, he was playing the tournament early and got knocked out. And then he went to go play cash.
And be sure to join us for our tournaments all week here at TCH Austin. Tuesday, we've got our final Step 1 tournament this month, the $90 re-entry, WPT Step 1. We've got a Pilo free roll on Friday, 1K guarantee. Saturday, second chance tournament, 3,000 guaranteed to first, and Janice gets a walk here. So we get a look at these chip counts. Interesting dynamic here with so many middle
You don't
stacks.
want me shoving?
She's going aces. You're
Just aces. Yeah, it's not fun having a big stack.
Not fun not to be in the big stack.
wise word. There's about deal third card carriage. Like Peter over. Fold, fold, fold.
Nick with the suited ace on the button,
Raise.
raising it on up, getting it through. More chips for Nick. Nick can afford to be real aggressive here.
I just look at one color if it's ace. I already know.
Every time he steals blinds, that's that much more chips he has. When the bubble breaks and the action opens up a little bit more, would put him in a much better position to win the entire tournament.
I just straight up win.
And the $2,215 that come in first place,
Only like small blind or button.
JP 1469, thanks for following. You all haven't hit follow yet, go ahead and do that.
Raise. All in.
Hunter moves all in with his ace jack.
Fold, fold, wish. Fold.
Lorenzo gonna fold. If he had more chips, he probably doesn't fold big blinds. Getting the price he's getting. Just another 1.5 big blinds. Somebody mentioning to Hunter, he got a double up. Yeah, he got a double up. He had 2.5 big blinds, and there were 2.5 big blinds in the middle, and he took them.
It wasn't any good though. The flop was jack, jack, jack.
Not going to complain about doubling up without having to see any cards.
It's only gonna be tricks. But no, it's funny because Karen's saying if everyone folded the blinds, double them up.
Imagine getting doubled up from the blinds plus the extra 12. I mean,
All in fun now.
You don't need it?
Not right now.
Now Janice gets the ace jack.
Raise 20,000.
Looks like she'll make it 20. Todd folds nines. Wow. Professor with the eights. He does have the eight of spades, which we all know is the best card in the deck, according to our good friend Steve Dola. See how Professor proceeds here. $60,000 free bet from the Professor. We'll get it through. I think everyone's probably feeling a little bit handcuffed by the shorter stacks, but nines might be a spot where you've got to go with it. Jakins _, thanks for following.
If you haven't read, maybe the show.
Like seeing all these new followers. Let's dominate Twitch poker someday. It starts with you guys. You're in the ground floor of this. Lorenzo with the jacks, moving all in, getting it through. And on to the next hands we'll go.
Oh shit.
Hunter moves all in with the ace jack. 3 big blinds. Nick's gonna make the fold. 2 live cards had enough equity to call there. Instead, Hunter's again gonna double up without seeing 5 cards.
I just wanted to see a flip.
Pez, of course, saying hi in the chat. Hey there, Pez. Hope you're doing great this evening.
Yeah, don't look at it. No, you did right.
Continue on with WPT Step 1 final table here on TCH Live, Boston.
I'd rather just take it down right there.
Just take that.
William Laddie with you this evening. Queen 7 for Nick. Gonna limp in. Janice has an ace.
Heads up.
Ace 9 7 flop. Both players flopping a pair. Janice gonna
Bet.
fire out 10,000s. Nick gonna call, holding a pair, and a backdoor diamond draw. King on the turn.
Check. Bet.
Janice's second bullet will get the job done.
I'm like, I have an ace, but I'm not gonna get out of hand there.
Get that from red.
He said he would do it from the blind.
Exactly, I'm like, all right, I don't trust him.
Be sure and join us
An ace on the
all
ball,
week
great.
on TCH Live with cash game action 5/10/25 on Monday from here in Austin. Aaron McAvoy on the call for that. 10/25/50 from Dallas on Tuesday. 5/5/10 Dallas Wednesday. 2/5 on Thursday. I'll be on the call for that one. Don't know the Friday show yet. I'm sure it'll be good, whatever it is. And Professor thinking his ace 5 suited, good enough to raise. Clears everyone out.
Hey, Carolyn, you there? Oh, okay. I was just wondering who that was.
Hey, Sal, are we ever going to color up?
Are we ever going to do a color player ask? Alright, we got 3 4 Yeah. Yes.
So how many more hands do we think it'll be before we break this bubble? What do you all think in the chat?
Fold. Florida Live. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Line versus versus blind action.
Players are wondering if they could be a color.
And we get a limp. And a check. Todd and Lorenzo gonna go to the flop here. Lorenzo's ace out ahead.
No problem.
8-7-4. Open ender for Todd. Top pair for Lorenzo, who will bet it 20,000.
In between hands, you're in the purple.
This.
Oh,
Wow, and he folds. That hand certainly could have been an all-in candidate,
here, chip it to me.
holding the overcard and the open-ended straight draw. Could even clear out a couple of overs.
36, yeah.
See a bunch of pink chips. So it looks like
6,000.
we're gonna, or purple chips rather. Looks like we're gonna be coloring up these purple chips now. So we see those getting sold. Meet the Nizzle TV. Thanks for following. Thanks for being here. And I think we're doing a race off. See a bunch of single purples out there, so we'll do a high card. Looks like 10 of spades and 10 of diamonds will win the race.
Yeah.
So what do I win? Oh my god.
So we'll get this dealt with.
Can't even win the race.
So in the meantime, you all been watching football, preseason football.
No, that was when it was all 10.
So you know we're getting into the end of the summer.
5,000, 10,000. Lines are up now. 5,000, 10,000.
Anything you're hoping for this season, let us know in the chat.
Lines are up now.
Personally, I want to see my Denver Broncos at least be above 500. Looks like lines are up now, 5, 10, and 10. Time grows shorter for our short stacks. Janice with the ace 10.
Great. 22,000. Fold. Fold.
Gets it through. You see Hunter having to put a concerning percentage of his stack in the middle before getting any cards.
I thought I was the time.
I saw you calling all in with 5
Wait, me?
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah.
See,
Your tightest claim you
that was
has to count.
that was a misclick, yeah.
You were third guy.
He meant to click the fold button. His mouse got stuck on there.
You have a good memory. What else did I pull? I don't know my cards.
Well, I haven't seen everything you take. I remember that one. I think that was pretty cool. You were live.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Wow. Cool. Coming back.
And Janice gets 2 10s.
Oh yeah.
Solver's already got it.
Cutting out a raise.
Raise. 35,000.
I fold.
Fold.
35,000 is the bet.
Presser's got king queen. See how he chooses to proceed. Gonna make the fold here. Thinking he could outlast the short stacks maybe. Hunter gonna let go of his hand, so lots with 20,000. 5 of which are being posted as the small blinds. Another spot where I think you just have to go with it. We're seeing people just flatting with boats here. Like you're just not outlasting 2 players with that stack. Hunter's going to move low in with his 4s. Nick going to snap call with the ace 10. And we're going to have a flip.
All right, shut down. Oh, yeah.
As good as it's going to get for Hunter. See if he can find a hold. Jack 7-6 still out front. queen, gut shot for Nick. 8 of spades on the river will give Hunter the double up with the pair of fours. Gonna hold.
Maybe I should apply.
In fact, he'll more than double up. He'll get 1.5x because of that ante that's in the middle. Hunter's still with 5 big blinds.
Alright, that's a one flip I'll lose. I'll agree to that flip.
It's not bad.
Penn State tonight Broncos are going to get Aaron Rodgers next year. Here's hoping.
I think both played it
I
perfectly.
think they'll need a bit more than a quarterback, though.
I thought they were aces at first. And I was like, yeah.
And Nick gonna min raise. Small blinds. Baker might have gotten the job done there. 9-4, gonna give Janice the best hand with middle pair. Nick gonna fire small. Janice not going anywhere. 7 on the turn. Nick does pick up the open-ended straight draw. Janice, 15,000. Nick in the call. See if he can make his straight. He checks. It's a clean. No straight for Nick. Just 6 high. And Janice going to take this one down. And the game continues. So we see Lorenzo with 10 big blinds. He's sitting in 4th place. We got 2 more players with less than 10 big blinds. Maybe slowing down the upper of our chip stacks. Hunter folding the suited ace, but just 5 bigs. Don't think he can afford to be that choosy. Nick is going to open the king 9 suited.
October 31st.
Open the min raise. Takes it down.
You just let me know.
I mean, I would love to, but I don't think I can get I put 3 for the main event, and that's the only.
Oh, it's during the main event.
Yeah.
Oh,
My wife, I make only
only one.
once a year.
In all fairness, this is a pretty big bubble when you account for that seat. So 780 plus 330 for the seat. That's $1,110. Like you're gonna have a pay jump from 0 to 1,110 and a 165 buy-in. So that's a very, very big bubble.
It's not that far off from the main.
Professor is gonna raise it up to 26K with his pocket sixes.
Well, I was just using the satellite.
Janice with the 5s, letting those go.
I don't even play satellite for the game.
Professor taking it down unopposed.
Oh, things change. You let me know, Professor. I might get a partner soon, but I might drop him if you change your mind. Maybe.
Hunter could really use some cards right now under the gun. Doesn't look like he got them. Lorenzo just going to give Professor the walk.
You were
But Unix line special.
Unless somebody just so you know.
Sure, I have a poker partner,
You do?
student.
Oh, really?
He's a good player.
Is
Probably you know him. He plays Winston.
I'll probably, if you show me a photo.
He's a very, very young. He's like 21 years old.
Does he play at the lodge? A lot?
Yeah, sometimes. At the lot.
Looks like Nick may look to open this king 10 offsuit. Maybe sensing this table is tightened up a bit. Hunter's got sixes. He's going to call, take the swap. He's got half a stack in the middle. He's got two big blinds behind. 10-9-5. Nick is going to flop top pair. Nick's going to effectively put Hunter all in. Hunter going to be hard pressed to fold the pair. He's going to fold the pair though. He's going to be correct. So once again down to just two big blinds. And a quarter of that stack going in as small blinds once again. Did find the double up the last time. See what happens this time. Side with the king queen and 5 big blinds of his own. Definitely a shove candidate. He does shove. Good luck, Todd, moving all in. Hunter gonna fold that jack 6. Nick, jack 4, probably not quite enough. See what he wants to do here. Would have 2 live cards. Is going to fold. Palmeiras, Barui, I probably mingled that name. Thanks for following. And yeah, thanks for being here, everyone. WPT Step 1, final table, TCH Live here in Austin, Texas. Texas Card House. Got these final tables every Sunday for you. Join us next week for our Step 2 final table. 20K guarantee, 330 buy-in. Or come and join us here in Austin. Blind versus blinds. Nick has the 8-3 suited. Gonna go for that min raise. Don't think 9-7's going anywhere though. Especially suited. Definitely a call here. To the flop we go. 10-10-9. Janice has a pair. By far the best hands. Let's see what Nick does here. 16,000. Janice with the quick call. Ace of diamonds does give Nick a diamond draw now. May slow the action down. Or Nick may try to tell the story that he has an ace. Assembling a bet. Gets Janice off the better hands. Nick puts himself back over the 600K mark with that aggressive move. See 3 players under 100K, under 10 big blinds. Really weird for Todd and Lorenzo, basically having the same stack and one tiny stack. and only one of them can get paid. Hunter all in with the king queen. 1.5 big blinds. Nick with an ace.
15,000.
Should be an easy continue. He is just going to call. 3-bet was viable as well. Todd with a king queen of his own. Todd and Hunter sharing outs here. Action on the side. Ace 8-3. Nick with top pair. And Nick's ace will be good if this gets the showdown. Nick is going to bet into the dry side pot. Todd going to let it go. And Hunter's going to be drawing dead here. Get the irrelevant river, the 3 of diamonds. Ace is up for Nick. Going to eliminate Hunter in 6th place. And we are on the bubble. We are on the bubble now. Todd with 5 big blinds, the shortest stack. Lorenzo, 7.5. Everyone else on firmer grounds.
Well, because like I'm in for 700, so I don't want fourth place to lose more than.
Why don't we take it off the top too?
Take it off the top.
Players may decide to pay the bubble here.
85 off the second.
But in the meantime, we're going to play. So with the ace-5 suited, being told by super producer Carolyn there was an agreement to pay the bubble. We're not sure how much or where it came from.
I mean, it's totally.
Probably something along the lines of they get their buy-in back, maybe a little gravy on top of that. That's how they usually go.
We do here, it's a common thing.
It's not like all the time, but it's like 50-50.
Raise.
Yes, sir. Making it 25K with his ace-5 suited.
I'll say aye.
Always a little bit scary
100 off the first.
when you've got the 2 bigger stacks on your immediate right.
If that's the case, I had to deal with it.
They could wake up with something, or they could just raise you and make you miserable. Tied with the queen 10 suited, see if he decides that this is the hand he goes with.
Do this good. Sounds like a punishing a second place too much. So like a 100,
120 off.
no, 150, 30.
Action 2.
Sure. Third place, 150, 30. That's a 180.
I'm okay
I
with
do
it.
140 and 35.
140, 140 off first.
Yeah,
35.
same thing on 140.
40 off first, 35 off second.
Seems like they're discussing their pay the bubble deal right now. I would expect Lorenzo would have decided by now if this hand he does make the fold.
You hear that?
I overheard something. Yes, sir.
So we're taking 100 off of first.
No, 140 off first and 35 off second.
140 off of first place, 35 off of second.
Second and paid for it.
Fifth place will pay out 175.
Yeah.
Everyone's good with that?
Yeah, aye.
Good.
Yes.
All right, so if you didn't hear that clearly on the audio, sounds like they're taking $140 off the top and $35 off of second and giving that $175 to 5th place.
We don't like our cards.
So 5th place will get their money back. Still a huge pay jump ahead of us, though, going from essentially 1 buy-in to like 6. Todd moving all in with a mystery hand on the button, getting it through. Looks like an ace and a jack, I'm going to say.
I'll show him.
Ace, jack, offsuit. Plenty of hand to do that with.
Joe probably like, he got his deal, now he's shoving.
So
I think that
5th place getting
that's the
175
main reason.
That's the problem with the
Like
and
that.
4th place getting 780 plus that WPT step 2 seat next week.
For that reason. Like
Top 4 all getting that
Guys played
seat.
in, they've done it, so like.
5th place just getting the 175.
Yeah, I mean,
I have like 50% of the chip, and like it's obviously not advantageous to me.
Yeah, if it is Vegas, I don't care. I don't know them, but here, people see all the time. So.
Yeah. That's why I said if you do it all the time, but if it's like some people aren't gonna do it.
Tied with the ace jack moving all in. Lorenzo with the king queen. He may decide to go with his hands, but he folds, hoping somebody else can do it for him. Nick sitting with an ace, gonna get a count. Nick is going to call. He's going to see that he's dominated. Nick will need a 4 or some additional help. Queen 10, 9, 4. He does hit his 4 and another 4. Nick will river trips and eliminate Todd in 5th place. Nick now with 750,000 chips. Lorenzo getting a huge ladder, letting go of that king queen.
Florida Live, let them know your 5th place, Dustin. You should receive place cards.
And Professor Lorenzo, Janice, and Nick all securing their step 2 seat for next week's tournament. Right back here, TCH Austin next Sunday. I won a seat myself a few weeks ago on this very program, so I'll be in there too. Come and join us, Texas Card House Austin. Greasy Corn Dog, Spelt 73, thanks for following. Professor with the aces now.
Great. 5,000. Oh.
Not going to get any action with the goods. Lorenzo attempting to take the aces for himself. Our Steph one step ahead of that, though.
I might get him back.
Good no shove, huh?
I told you I'm only shoving when I'm ahead.
Suited connector for Nick now. Takes it down. Lorenzo down to just 3 bigs now. Other players probably just gonna wait to see what happens with him before they involve themselves with one another too much. 3rd place getting 1,050.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
4th place getting 780. And just hang out and make another $270 probably.
Yo, but man, I'm just getting a soda.
Janet's gonna open. Don't know her hand yet. King 10 on the suit. See Professor's defense. He does not.
Not even.
Jonathan's min raise gonna get the job done. Everybody feeling a little bit handcuffed by Lorenzo's short stack, which is essentially going to be all in another 3 hands at the latest.
All I know is I'm going to be ahead.
Button comes around real fast. Even when this tournament is over, though, the action still continues here at TCH Austin. 4-1-2 games running right now, a 2-5 game running right now. Still plenty of action here. Lorenzo suited ace on the button, all in. Professor with 8s.
Think about it, Professor.
The red variety. Lorenzo telling him to think about it. He has thought about it. He likes his hands. Nick feeling Crayston gonna come along. We got a dry side pot. 85,000's in the main. That's what Lorenzo can win. Looks like they're already checking. King 9-9. Deuce on the turn. Eight's full on the river for the professor.
Everybody must shut down.
Just checks it though. He doesn't attempt to bet that.
Yeah. I said, he's gonna go.
Do have to show all hands and an all in. Lorenzo will be eliminated in fourth place, taking home $780. Good game, Lorenzo. Man with excellent taste in cars.
All right, blinds are up now. 6,000, 12,000. 1,050.
Lines are up 6, 12, and 12. All three of these players securing
400 different.
at least $1,050 as a Step 2 tournament seat. Second place originally scheduled to get $14.95. I think it's now just $14.60 with the pay the bubble deal that they made earlier.
Am I going to get pushed?
Just under $2,100 up top after the deal.
Call. Check.
Blind versus blind flop. Don't know what the cards are. Check, check.
Damn it. Check, check.
Check, check. Next pair of fives is going to be good. Checks all the way through. Janice with about 15 big blinds. Professor a little under 25. Nick with heaps and heaps. He's got almost 2/3 of the chips. 3 players remaining.
You said you don't live here?
So in the chat, who do you think's going to win this tournament ultimately? 1 for Nick, 2 for Janice, 3 for Professor.
Worked out with Jordan.
Let us know.
Where?
Pittsburgh. University of Pittsburgh.
They start like after Labor Day.
No, they started on Friday. Yeah, I don't know why. So I guess I'm coming here next
All right, I'll do it down. 1 hour.
Janice with the Jack 9. Going to raise it up.
30,000.
Professor unlikely to hang around with this 10-5 suited, but he is going to think about it.
Chat room say too tight. So what are you gonna do with the seat?
I guess I'm coming here next weekend.
Okay.
No, I'm going home. I'm going to Pittsburgh at 6 a.m. Like on Monday. So like in like I don't know, like 10 hours. So and then I guess I'm gonna have to come back here.
Nick getting a walk. Sounds like Nick's discussing how it'll be a bit of an effort to get down here for Step 2, but wonderful problem to have. You got a seat to play.
What time?
I got cool at 4 times.
We've been at it for about 2 hours now here on TCH Live.
Now you're here.
Thanks for being with us. Be sure and hit that follow button if you haven't yet.
Honestly, the only reason I bought the 4 time was like, I don't want to be on TV. So that's it.
Also, you knew this is the live stream.
Yeah,
Sounds like he likes to be on the stream. Hey, that's a great reason to come down here and play. Now he's got the ace-jack suited. Going for another min raise. Jazz with the inferior ace. The ace-4 offsuit going to defend big blind. King 8-6, ace-jack out front. Check, check. 6 pairs. 7 on the river. Nick has the best hand if it gets the showdown. Check, check once more.
Yeah, so Jack's
Nick gonna take this down.
Yeah, ace and 6.
What do they call you, the professor?
I used to be a professor. I don't do anymore, but
Where'd you teach?
Huh?
Where'd you teach?
engineering.
At UT Austin?
And you know, Texas State San Marcos.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't even know the school.
No, I don't know, but
It's a party school.
Now you're a poker professor.
yeah, you're a poker professor.
Hearing Professor's origin story.
Hey, 24,000. Hold.
Professor with the ace king dominating Nick's king 3 suited. See if he defends or if he raises. Well, either is defending. Calling or raising is defending. He's definitely doing that. I'd be shocked if he didn't.
Raise. $82,000.
That's what we're doing. So, alright. I'll let you have this.
Looks like there was a 3-bet.
Highest player in Austin.
You get
Made
it
it 82 and got the job done. Don't count out Professor yet.
Never 3-bet me without aces or queens.
More of Menotti seems to be a factor in this tournament.
I checked the
And
full house. Checked
one of these
for
days
full
he's
house.
gonna
Yeah,
win
that's
this.
it. Yeah, I guess, okay. I'll give you that.
We're calling the hands where he just called with a full house on the river. Correctly not raising.
Oh.
Nick getting a walk.
What did you show?
6-8 offsuit. Whenever you fold to me on a small blind, I'll show you. That's a good deal.
Yeah, I'm kind of those play like a raise or fold. I rarely call.
Guess they're gonna fold. Nick gonna limp in with the queen. Janice has a pair. Gonna just go all in. Not allow Nick the chance to outplay her.
My aces range.
And he'll steal Nick's
You have aces.
blinds.
50 other possible hands.
And a pocket pair.
Chip dynamics haven't changed a whole lot. Nick with a lot of chips.
Oh my god.
Can I move over there?
I missed that guy.
This guy, I cannot believe he drives.
That's our short stack with the queen 9 suited.
Raise 24.
Gonna go for a min raise herself.
Follow him on YouTube.
Professor dominated. He's gonna fold despite the price he's getting. Janice pulls herself a little bit closer to him stack wise.
You don't need to go to college anymore.
Is that the Lamborghini up there right now? Here.
Yeah. Lamborghini.
No, just hear the engine.
Like that. These are like a good example. You don't need to go to college anymore.
Yeah, you just play poker, right?
So reminding the professor that he's only small blinds.
Obviously. But he has like a YouTube.
Oh, is that a joke? I thought that was a joke.
Yeah,
Actually,
YouTube channel.
that's his like income.
Yeah.
Other stuff too. Raise 24,000.
I never watch, but he goes to downtown Austin and interview people, girls.
Ace 3 for Janice, queens for Nick.
Yeah. So,
As we hear discussions about Lorenzo's YouTube channel.
content for others. Not porn, but content for others.
Dirty content. He posted.
Similar to like yeah.
85,000.
Raise 85,000.
Wonder if he's done any time in YouTube jail. This program just recently doing a brief stint thanks to wacky algorithms. Nick's 3-bet. Gonna work. Janet's gonna show an ace. Not a very good ace. Nick now lifting himself over the 800,000 mark. Approximately 1.2 million chips in play. He's got over 800,000.
No, it was like in that moment, I was like not like mentally prepared. Like, I think it was because of strain. I was kind of like flustered.
Thanks to all of you hanging out with us here. Texas Card House on Twitch.
Like I'm capable of doing it, but in that
Hit follow. Tell your friends. Nick limping. Checking Janice. Ten, 6-3. 10's up for Janice. She is going to bet and get the quick fold.
Check, bet 12,000.
One of those moments where garbage turns to gold. She's not going to show that one. And the final table goes on. Props to these players for pushing through 2 hours and still going on here.
So for my PhD, I went
Artu Vercel
Okay.
So we
going
played
strong in there in the box.
Back then, we were the same conference.
Okay.
I guess now to like a Big East.
Super producer Carolyn pushing the buttons back here.
No,
You just went to Pittsburgh for conference.
football.
Oh, the football.
When I was
Oh yeah, the Big East. Yeah, the Big East.
Big East, and it's now moved together ACC. Huh? Is it
Yeah,
Pittsburgh ACC?
yeah, we're the
Yeah, Virginia I think it's ACC.
Yeah, no, all the conferences are in like somewhere.
Nick opens the Queen 9. Professor with the suited ace. Gonna defend.
And when I was there, we had a Michael Vick. That's why football football was just so.
Is that back when Pitt was good at football? But not good at football anymore. I know he used to be good a while ago.
9-7-6. Could be some action here. Nick with top pair and the backdoor spades. Professor with the open ender. Nick going small, 20K. See if Professor just calls or decides to raise. Does call. King on the turn. Pair of 9 still out front. Check, check. Rivers at 3. Professor is going to brick it out. Nick gonna fight right a value bet here. 45,000. Perhaps trying to get caught by ace high with there being some misdraws out there. Will not work though. Professor will fold. Jippy 7-7-9. Nobody likes a sore loser. Sometimes you lose when you gamble. But you know, let's gamble. Let's see if I got points to gamble. And I lost. Oh well. That's just how I've been running this weekend. Whatever they need, they find it. And Nick's gonna find a walk. See Professor sporting that Texas Card House card protector.
Oh, cool. Raise 31,000.
Professor opens the ace 9 suited, gets it through.
All right, y'all. That is my time. You did it for me, big fella. Swear to God.
You're gonna be on real quick, take 7 if you
I'll catch y'all later.
And we got a dealer push coming. Sal going to push on out. And it looks like we got the big kahuna, our general manager, Dustin, pushing in. See how the boss does it.
Where's that one? Tell me about that.
Over 35 round rock, 35.
Is that motion there or stuff?
Like a 8,
Blind versus blinds action. Janice got a limp. Presser with the queen nine suited. Looks like he's gone for a raise here.
37,000.
Made it 37, got it through. We see Janice on the short stack now. Just under 12 big blinds.
Yeah. I just wanted my 700 back. And I'm chip leader, so I just have money.
yeah, yeah, like still plays okay. Had like 2/3 of the chips on the table, and she ended up getting third.
7-6 suited for Professor. Very playable hands here.
Have a raise.
Decides to play it as a raise, I think.
31,000.
31,000. Nick with a suited ace can come along, can also 3-bet if he wants. Is going to call. Wouldn't have hated a shove there. Maybe you think the Professor is a bit on the tighter side, though, having seen him just call with a full house. Ace 10-8. Nick has the entire world. He has top pair and nut diamonds. Professor sitting with a gut shot. May try and rep this here. See if Nick just goes for the call here. I probably just call here. Like, there's not a single turn in the deck that I'm going to have to fold. Holding the nut diamonds. Lots and lots of backup for that top pair. He is just going to call. And Professor's got just over pot behinds as we go to the turn. 4 of spades. Professor with a second gut shot now. A 9 or a 5 will do it for him as long as it's not a diamond. The 9 would be fireworks. It would give Nick aces up.
All in.
Professor moves all in. Nick with a choice here. Seems like a pretty clear call if you're not ahead. You have plenty of equity. Professor could be doing this with a draw, which is exactly what he has, and you're beating the draws.
155,000 all in.
You're never going to be drawing dead here. This is pot. This is a pot-sized bet. You've got to be good about a third of the time. Hard not to be good a third of the time here. He is thinking about this. He does have plenty of chips to spare too. Even if he calls and loses, he still has about twice the next stack. Nick gonna go into the tank here. What do you think he does, chat? Let us know. Doesn't feel great when you see him do this with the image that he's cultivated. Holding up his cards. And he folds! He folds! Professor gonna take it down. Nick's going to regret that one in 15 minutes. Nick, that was definitely a call. That was basically the best flop you're ever going to get. And a brick turn. Nick gonna limp the Doyle Brunson, the 10 deuce. Janice with the 6-3. Shout out to J Stack. 10-9-6, both players with a pair.
Bet 12. Call.
Betting the call. Janice now picking up the diamond draw.
Call.
Nick moves all in. Janice not interested. Or I think these graphics must be wrong. The pot was pushed to Janice.
Why you?
Me and my friends want to live here after we graduate.
I wonder if maybe the actual move was an all in by Janice over a bet or a check by Nick. Janice was pushed that pot there. Apologies for the error.
What do you do now?
I have a business. I have my own business. Software consulting.
Got a raise to 24,000.
I have a sugar mama. my wife is a
Nick
dentist.
opening his queen jack. Professor with the better holding.
I was supposed to push to 7 on my brush. Oh.
He does make the call. To a flop we go. 6-5 deuce, both players with overs. Professor with backdoor hearts. Or backdoor clubs, rather. Check, check.
Check, check.
Professor does turn the club draw. He's going to make the bet and get it through.
Fold. Bet 20,000. Fold.
Yeah, my children are very little. They're like
Nick taking a couple hits here.
like a lot of work. And I take them to drive school because that I go over.
No, have Jesse push through. Have Jesse push.
You?
No, push Josh.
Hey.
Most of the enterprise, Austin is a good place to be.
Dustin attempting to simultaneously deal and run the room.
Right?
Very busy.
Yeah, IBM probably they have a in-house. Not much using an outside vendor, probably. But my clients,
Janice does have more than 98,000 in her stack. Does make the min raise.
usually they don't have folks what I do in-house.
Suited ace from Nick.
Raise. Players all.
Moves all in. Gonna force out the queen 9.
Fold.
You go to office?
No, they said we were gonna start going in around.
As we continue our TCH Live WPT Step 1 final table here at Texas Card House Austin. William Waddy with you.
Over by the, not the 45, by the May, but the other
Be sure to
side.
check out TexasCardHouse.com for all of our promos.
Burn it and,
Yeah, my wife's dental office right there, medical complex.
Early bird special, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. We play free here in Austin this month.
Because my 3-year-old
Let's start with the suited king.
daycare right there, so that other kids, parents, are not from IBM.
Yeah, which one? Next hand. Gonna raise to 30,000. Cool.
Wrestler's raise gonna get through.
Okay, blinds up now. 8,000, 16,000.
Blinds now 8, 16, 16. May drive the action a little bit more.
They just gonna move here before finding a job, basically.
Makes it Torque saying it's crazy Professor's still around after that 10's full hand. Yeah, tournaments are weird like that sometimes. Janice with Queen Jack suited, gonna move all in. Get it through. And we are gonna count these chips so that we can fix them on the graphics.
And 11,000.
Number for Janice should be correct now. I'll tell you what, Exit Torque, when the whole table's playing on the tight side, then you start giving people credit. Maybe that's what happened there.
Kind of raise players all in.
Janice gonna let it ride. King 10 suited this time.
Fold. Fold.
Another 2.5 big blinds for Janice. She's almost doubled her stack in the last two hands. With a little good old-fashioned aggression.
Fold.
Nick with the mystery hands. Moves all in. Janice with the King Jack.
Player calls.
She is going to call. Don't know what Nick has. Looks like Nick has King 8. King 8, he is dominated.
Cool. All right.
If Janice can hold, she will double. Put a significant dent in Nick's stack. 10-9-4, backdoor straight for Nick. Deuce, he's going to need an 8. Does not get the 8. Janice will get the full double up. King Jack, going to be good. All of a sudden, the chip distribution is looking a lot more even than it did not that long ago. Just how quickly things can change in these tournaments. And I certainly can't fault the aggression, especially when your opponents may be under defending. Sometimes you step in it. I'd be better off at least with something that could make a straight. Super producer Carolyn pointing out that King 8 can make 2 straights.
Call and a fold.
Of course.
And a check.
Yeah, 2 flush draws. Yeah, that board coverage. King Jack 7 flop. Going to give Nick bottom pair.
Check.
Professor with a gut shot. King is going to pair on the turn.
Check.
Professor checks. Nick appears to be assembling a bet.
Bet 16,000.
Goes for the min bet, the 16,000s. Professor gonna call. Jack is gonna pair on the river, so double paired board. Nick is counterfeit. Professor's 10 is gonna be good if it gets the showdown. It may not though. Nick is probably gonna fire again. It would be a heck of a hero call if Professor would call the live 10. They're going to go big here.
75,000. Fold.
Going to get the fold from Professor. The Weatherman. Thank you for following. Speaking of weather, certainly some crazy weather up in the Northeast. Hurricane just like brushing by my native Long Island and then up into Rhode Island, Connecticut. Hope anyone up there who sees this is doing well. Been through a few of those. It's a real mess.
Got a fold.
Professor with an ace. And gonna make a raise.
Raise to 38,000.
38,000. And Nick's gonna call. Ten, 7, 6. Nick with the top pair. Professor with the bottom pair. Backdoor diamonds.
Check. Bet 25,000.
So we're gonna continue with the pair.
Call.
No help on the turn with the king.
Check.
Check, check on this turn. 3 on the river. The pair of 10 is going to be good for Nick. If this gets the showdown.
Check. Check. Showdown. Showing down a pair. Showing down also a pair. Pair 16.
Yeah, taking that down.
Pair 10.
You know, I happen to like the Northeast. We got a lot of cool stuff in the Northeast.
Ryan, I can Uber back if you want to go back.
We got proper New York style pizza in the Northeast. We got the Statue of Liberty in the Northeast. We even tolerate Boston.
Fold.
Went from Nick.
Fold.
Check from Janice. Six, 5, 4. Both players with open enders here.
Bet 20,000. Call.
Bet and a call. 8 of spades on the turn. Nick makes the straight to the 8. Janice drawing to a chop only.
Bet 35,000. Fold.
Bets his straight and gets the quick fold. DS Collectibles, thanks for following. chiming in about the bagels in the Northeast. I'll admit I'm more of a donut guy than a bagel guy.
Raised to 32,000.
Nick with the suited gapper. Perfectly fine open. Professor deciding if he wants to defend against this min raise with big card, little card, offsuit. Not looking for those hot odds quite that much. So Professor with the short stack, a little under 11 big blinds right now. Janice setting around 300K, not quite 20 bigs. Nick, even after the hits he took, still with a bunch of chips here. So we continue our step one, WPT Steps final table. TCH live, Texas Card House, Austin. Now it's Janice going for the min raise.
Fold.
Nick defending with the king 7. Ace 8 deuce will give Janice the top pair. Nick drawing extremely slim here. That will just finish it.
Fold.
Professor just letting go of that 9-8. Nick had him pipped with the 10-8. Who was in turn dominated by Janice's queen 10. Suited.
Got a call.
Nine, 6 deuce. Gives Nick the gut shot. Janice has 2 overs and back doors. Nick going to continue. Janice going to float. 5 of diamonds. Janice now has the diamond draw.
Bet all in.
Shoves and gets that through.
Buttons right.
What do you guys think of that shove by Janice?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonder if maybe she feels like Nick had made a pretty big fold to Professor's shove earlier. Give us a follow if you like what you're seeing.
Raised to 32,000.
Janice gonna
Raised to 100.
re-raise her 4s over Nick's open.
Fold.
Gets the fold, and Janice's stack keeps growing here. And if you're interested in playing with us here at Texas Card House Austin on our stream, TCH Live List at texascardhouse.com, or text 512-843-1971. And We'll see into getting you a seat on one of our cash game streams.
Players all in.
Professor shoves his ace and gets that through. Diego Clementino BRX, thanks for following. Thank you everyone for joining us here on Twitch. Selgu0D, thanks for following.
All in.
Professor with ace queen now moving all in.
Fold.
More chips for Professor. For those of you unfamiliar with Texas Card House, we're a private social club. 4 locations here in Texas: Austin, Dallas, Houston, and Rio Grande Valley. Come here, become a member, and play some poker with us. Nick with the Queen Jack.
Raise to 32,000. Fold.
That min raise, I mean, at these depths, the min raise is usually enough to get the point across.
Call.
Professor defending. 9-7 suited. King, Queen, 5, middle pair for Nick. Nothing for Professor. Not going to be good if this gets a showdown.
Check. Bet. 20,000. Fold.
All right, our final table continues here. Jibby 779. We are on a 15-minute delay. I'm seeing these images the same time that you are. I don't know what's going to happen any more than you guys do.
Raise to
Janice going to open.
fold.
Nick going to defend with his suited Jack 4.
Call.
Ace, ace 10.
Check.
Neither player connecting that much. King high still ahead for Janice.
Bet 22,000.
C-bet will pick it up. She is getting closer and closer to pulling even with Nick. Words are hearts at this hour, as our friend Aaron would like to say. Catch him tomorrow night on our 510 cash game here in Austin on TCH Live, Texas Card House on Twitch, TCH Live on YouTube.
Fold. Call.
Gotta get a limp spot. Some suited rags for both players. Janice is chalked 1 nuts out ahead. The Jack Deuce. A lot of hearts. Neither player with a heart. Both players with a pair.
Bet 16,000.
Nick min betting his middle pair. Janice calling. Queen of hearts. That 4th heart should slow things down. Check, check. And we're going to chop it up with both players now rivering a flush,
Showing down a flush. Showing down
the
a
same
flush.
flush.
Let's chop it up.
I think I had a flush.
You have better flush than us?
Yeah, same.
Fishnado wondering where's the WSOP hat and headphones. Well, nobody's chosen to wear a hat. As far as the headphones go, you are not allowed to wear headphones on the stream table for game integrity purposes. No phones, no headphones, no earbuds, no none of that. Just to be absolutely sure that we're as above board as possible here.
And then it came.
Meg H137 saying boring. Well, you know, chop pots are boring. I'll agree with that. Unless you sucked out the chop, then a chop pot is the best thing ever.
Fold.
Some more blinds on blinds action here. Janice limps. Wouldn't be surprised if Professor shoves here with his ace-4.
Raised. All
Moves all in
fold.
and does get it through. Less than 10 big blinds. Three-handed. Any ace is practically the nuts. Jibby telling us to get rakes. Well, you know what? We're in Texas. We can't take a rake in Texas. So, you want to get raked, you're going to have to go somewhere outside of Texas if you want to be legal. As a private club, we do charge membership dues and club access fees. But definitely no rake. We don't take money off the table. Lip Hill, Lil B Hill rather, words or hearts. Team Janice, Janice has a shot at this. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to end up winning this tournament. You think it's Nick? Press 1. You think it's Janice? Press 2. You think Professor is going to pull off a miracle comeback? Press 3. We've definitely had some miracle comebacks on this tournament stream in the past. Take a look at our archive if you want to see that.
Check.
Limps pot, ace jack deuce, either player connecting. Janice's king high, the better hand, is going to continue against the min bet. 5 on the turn is going to give Nick the best of it with third pair. He's going to feel emboldened to keep betting. And this will get the job done.
Fold.
Let's all be nice in the chat, okay? Let's be grown-ups here and be civil, please. Thank you very much. Get a look at these chip counts. Nick's still over half the chips. Janice holding a bunch though, a little over 25 bigs. Professor short. Nick with the queen 9 suited now on the button. Going to go for the raise. Very openable hand. Janice has an ace. Seems inclined to continue here. That was a min raise by Nick. Professor, suited 2-capper, and pot odds. It's only 16 into a pot that's going to be 112. It's hard to say no to that. He says all in. He's a non-believer. He's going to go for the squeeze here. Nick is considering here. Queen 9 would be a very ambitious call. He will make the fold. Janice's ace not quite good enough. Voldog 69, wondering what the payouts are. Third place is going to get $1,050. Second place is going to get, I believe, $1,460 after I pay the bubble deal that we made earlier. First place getting, now I have to do math, $2,080, I believe, with the pay the bubble deal. So fifth place got $175. Fourth place got $780. And first through fourth all getting a seat in next week's WPT Step 2 tournament here at TCH Austin. That seat valued at $330.
Raise, all in.
Professor going to shove the King Jack offsuit, blind versus blind. Nick with the dominated king.
Fold.
Nick makes the fold.
Button's right. Okay, blinds are now 10,000 and 20,000.
Blinds are up now 10, 20, 20. Professor placing his TCH card protector over his cards. We got merch here at all of our TCH locations. Professor moving all in with the king queen. Gets that through. Another pot for Professor. Pulling close to even with Janice now. TCH Live, WPT Step 1, final table here in Austin. William Lottie on commentary. Super producer Carolyn pushing the buttons. General manager Dustin dealing the cards. And thank you all for being here with us. Big Sox fan 05, thanks for the follow.
Fold.
10-9 for Janice.
Raise.
Gonna open. 3 big blinds open. Professor releasing the 5-3 offsuit. Where's the 3-way all in at? I don't know. See if we have one eventually. Gonna get some action here at some point, but these players are all playing hard and playing to win, playing the best way they know how. Professor with the King 8 offsuit. Probably gonna do something here. Looks like a limp. King Jack of Hearts for Nick has Professor dominated.
Players all in.
He is gonna move all in. Putting Professor to the test.
Fold.
Professor will fold. Miami JC 13, thanks for the follow. If you enjoy this, press that follow button. Get those notifications when we're on air. We are on air 7 days a week here at Texas Card House. Cash games on weeknights and then tournament final tables on weekends usually. So we're just going to fold the Queen 9. Nick holding an ace. Imagine a raise is coming. Goes for the min raise. Quick folds from Janice. Professor, the shortest stack with a dozen big blinds. 17 bigs for Janice. 35 and change for Nick. Quickly approaching the point where people don't have chips. That is how these tournaments go. You gotta drive this action. Blinds will do that. Folds from Nick. And it's a walk for the professor who had the best hands with the Jack 5. If you like tournaments, be sure to join us at TCH Dallas next month for Texas Card House's first ever $1 million guaranteed tournament. That's a $900 buy-in. And dates on that tournament are September 15th through the 19th. First 4 days being day 1 flights, day 2 being on Sunday the 19th.
Race, Bowman.
See Professor shove the King Jack, get it through. TexasCardHouse.com for complete details on that tournament. Should be a great one. I plan to be there for sure. And we move on to another hand. Nick gonna limp the queen 6. Janice has ace queen.
Raise.
Moves all in. Quick folds from Nick.
Are you open to even chop?
Hey, we can start a game right now. The table just
Nick folding the king 3. Janice raising whatever she has. Queen 9, Professor with the king 10. Slightly superior holding. Probably going to defend here.
Raise. Players all in.
Professor does shove the king 10. Putting Janice to the test here. Queen 9 offsuit, not quite enough. She and Professor neck and neck here. Crow Zero Kid wondering if this is live. We're on a 15-minute delay, but otherwise we're live. I'm seeing these images on the same delay that you all are in the chat. Get these cards dealt out. And looks like a limp from Janice. Queen 9. Master folds. Nick with the Jack 7 suited. See if he goes for... Oh, he's just going to go all in. Not going to take the free look. Going to steal some blinds. And he takes it down. Ace King for Nick. Just gonna limp. See if Janice will bite. She does not. She checks her 5-3 offsuit. King Queen 6. Nick with top pair, top kicker. Nothing for Janice though. Check, check. Janice has an open ender now with that 4. Now Nick's gonna bet it and gonna get some action. Janice will make the call. Getting a good price to draw that straight. 10 will not do it for her though. Nick will fire out the 50K bet and get the quick folds. Also 69. Thanks for the compliment to the whole crew here at TCH Live. Glad you're enjoying the show.
Fold. Raise.
Janice
All in.
moving all in with her ace.
Fold.
Gets that through. And we continue here. And absolutely, this show is so much easier to do when you've got the best production people and the best staff running these games. It's a lot of fun to do this. And hopefully you join us down here for some fun at Texas Card House.
Fold.
Nick getting a walk. If you like what you're seeing, be sure and give us that follow. Find out when we're on. Our next show, the Uncapped 510 No Limit Hold'em, back here in Austin tomorrow night, 7 o'clock Central Time. Right back here. Aaron McAvoy on the commentary there. William Malati, a.k.a. the New York Knit, with you right now as Professor
Fold.
will fold, and Nick's got an ace, gonna go all in. Janice gonna fold. Nick's sitting on 40 bigs. Professor on 13 and a half. Janice on just 11 big blinds. The blinds are only going to go up from here.
Fold. Fold.
Now it's Professor getting a walk. Lead Scaper, sorry you're still seeing some choppy video. I think that's on Twitch's end. And this will get uploaded to YouTube later this week. Apologies if the video is being difficult.
Player raises. All in.
Janice all in with the queen jack. Professor with the queen jack of his own. Price might be a little bit too steep here. Decides to let it go. Nick not pulling off with 6-3. Probably the right choice. Professor and Janice neck and neck, chip-wise. Nick's still holding the chip lead. I think a lot of this comes down to who knocks out the next player. If Nick knocks out the next player, it's his to lose. Otherwise, we got a ball game. And Professor's got ace-king.
Raise.
Professor going all in. Nick now holding the queen-jack.
70,000.
Professor gonna let that, gonna get that through.
Show 6.
Jack 10 for Nick.
Fine.
Gonna open it up.
Did you cut? Got a raise to 40,000.
Free-handed, perfectly fine open.
Cut someone? Not yet. Fold, fold.
Gets it through. In fact, gets Professor off a queen.
Raise. All in.
Professor with the ace-6 suited, moving all in. Nick going to fold.
But he's right.
We continue on. Will Piggy Bank, thanks for the follow.
Fold. Raise. Players all in.
Nick moves all in with the 4-3 suited. Janice has an ace. She's got a choice to make here. She's going to choose to fold. You definitely could consider calling with an ace there. People in the chat getting impatient now. They're cheering for blood in the form of a cooler. Now Nick has ace
If you want
king.
to leave me here, you can. If you want to leave me here, you can. Up to you.
We see junior producer Seth now in uniform, hard at work from the look of it.
You got to raise to 40,000. Fold.
Professor going to defend against the min raise with the 9-6 suited. King 7-3, all spades. Nick once again flopping the whole world. Top pair, top kicker with nut spades. Will be good if it gets the showdown. Professor still with nothing. Nick's bet going to get it done.
Bet 35,000. Fold.
Nick stacking some more chips. Driver 3311, thanks for the follow. Creeper M Craft, thanks for the follow.
Raise. Players all in.
Janice moving all in with the King 6 offsuit. Gets it through. Deciding that she needs to get herself some chips. Undoubtedly. Blind's coming around real fast now. So we get another hand going here. Walk for Janice. $1,050 for third place, $1,460 for second, and I think about $2,080 for first place.
Raise all in.
Those of you asking what the payouts are. Janice all in with her Jack 9, and Professor with the Ace 8. Good call here.
I'll take those. $204,000.
Professor getting a count here. Kind of finds that they are equal on chips from the look of it. Virtually equal. Professor does have the best hands. Just 10 big blinds or so. He's counting out some chips, I think. Maybe contemplating a call. Would be the correct call. It's not really a spot where he can wait for a ladder. Pay jumps are pretty flat from here anyway.
That's a call. We're gonna have a showdown.
Professor does call.
Showdown.
Gonna see that he is ahead, but Janice holding 2 live cards.
We're heads up and all in.
Janice will need to find some help to stick around here. 10-6-3 on the flop, no help yet. 6 pairs on the turn. She needs a jack or a 9. Does not get it. Janice will be eliminated in 3rd place. Good game, Janice. And we're going to be heads up. Nick with a nearly 2-1 chip lead on Professor.
Good game, Janice. Good run. We'll see you next week. 20K guarantee. You got a seat. Yep. Yeah, except for 5th place, because that didn't count. Yeah.
Dustin reminding Janice that she has won a seat into next week's WPT Step 2 tournament back here at TCH Austin on Sunday, as have all of our top 4 players, as does everybody who cashes in one of these Step 1 tournaments that we run on Sundays and Tuesdays here at TCH Austin. I myself have a seat next week. I think my plan's to be on stream one way or the other. Hopefully from the table and not the booth, but we'll see. So the chips are getting counted here.
Yeah, I guess they're counting, but I should just keep dealing, huh? Yes.
We can't take a break, right? To discuss the deal.
I'm sorry?
We can't take a break to discuss the deal.
So, some question about whether or not they can take a
We
break.
all can talk through it, but
So-
we gotta deal through it.
What happens is on these stream final tables is we just play straight through. We don't take breaks. These players may want to discuss a deal, or they may just want a slight breather after having played for 3 hours straight.
Right.
But we are going to deal these hands.
I was talking to the other person. He's got a big one.
Funk J 1985, thanks for the follow if I didn't catch you already.
We got like 7-7.
Discussion of chip counts. I assume they're discussing deal here.
Yeah, 750, 450. If you want to plug it into the...
No, ICM is different. It's not like a proportional to it.
I know. But you look at the calculator, you can see.
You have a calculator?
But they're not going to let me have my phone at all. Tell my friend to do it.
Talking about ICM calculation potentially.
770 versus 450.
Can't use your phone at the table. Sounds like Nick's going to have a friend run the numbers through an ICM calculator online.
770,000 in the first spot. And
ICM being a way to put a
450,000
cash value
in the
on your
second
tournament
spot. And then
chips
put the
with relation to the remaining payouts.
put the 450,000, 770,000.
Yes. We're going to post the blinds.
Of course, there is still a game going on here, so we still do have to get these blinds posted.
1797 and 1587.
You good with that?
Clock is also still running on this tournament.
1797 and what?
And 1587.
That doesn't right because then I get only 100 more, and you take like 300 less. That doesn't make sense, right? Doesn't add up. He's not calculating it right.
Did you take out third place?
Nope.
Is it just one place and two place?
Oh wait, sorry. My bad. 1850 and 1680. Sorry. 1850 and 1680. I can show you the.
Yeah, show him so he
Yeah.
knows.
Yeah, sorry. Right. Yeah.
Take the phone off.
We're gonna have to move it on, guys.
Okay.
You good with that?
Our delay is getting pushed forward, so we're gonna have to move this hand.
How do you all feel about deals in the chat? For the most part, I like to play it out.
If this is not live stream, it would be easy, but
Yeah.
leave it to play.
Yeah, we're working on the delay where the cards are gonna be on air soon.
Let's play it out.
So it sounds like they're playing it out.
It's 200 bucks.
Justin reminding them that the delay is going to catch up and production would have to call a clock if we're in danger of that. I don't think I've actually seen that happen yet, but production can call a clock on a player if that's going to become an issue to protect the game. Get it, limp spot. Our first hand of heads up play. Queen Jack 4 is going to give bottom pair and the best hand for the professor. Is going to fire out a bet. Going to fold.
All right, now we are at 30,000, 15,000.
Blinds are up 15, 30, 30. Even the chip leader now holding just 26 big blinds.
Another 30.
And Nick has 7 deuce and gives the walk. Just like that, the chip leads down to just 3-2. Couple of hands we could see a flop with here. Professor with the 10-7 suited. Should get opened in some fashion.
Cool.
Gonna limp. Suited ace-4 for Nick.
Raise to 75,000.
Nick makes it 75. Professor with position and a decent price.
Call.
Professor does call. Gonna go to a flop. Jack, 5, 3. Nick with nut diamonds. Professor with not much.
Bet 60,000.
Nick puts in the bet, gets it done.
Cool.
As we continue, TCH Live, Texas Card House Austin, WPT Steps, Step 1, final table. Boing Lottie with you in the booth. Super producer Carolyn pushing the buttons. We continue on here. Heads up.
Call.
Nick limps the Jack 9. Professor with King 10. Certainly a candidate for raising.
Raise.
Looks like he does just that. 80,000. Nick gonna defend button here. Stacks a pot a little less than 2. Playing pretty shallow now. Neither player connecting too well with this flop. Professor looking like he's going to see bet.
Bet. Bet 60,000 and a fold.
Gets it through. Driver 1311 says that Poker Atlas has them wanting to travel to Texas because of those tournament ads that you get on that app. Well, hopefully you travel down to Texas for that $1 million guaranteed tournament we've got in Dallas next month. Find the complete schedule at texascardhouse.com. Should be a great one. $900 buy-in, $1 million guarantee. Professor giving a walk. Very much anyone's game right now. Nick Wimps is suited 7-3. See if Professor is going to give a free flop or if he's going to go for the raise here. Does go for the raise.
Raise. To 85,000.
Quick muck from Nick. As we continue heads up, we are over 150 hands into this final table already. How the time flies when you're playing shorthanded. Professor with another raise.
Raise to 75,000.
Professor raises, gets that done. As we continue here, be sure and hit follow if you like what you're seeing. Finds out when we're on all week. Cash games usually starting 7 o'clock Central Time. Current final table starting whenever we hit final table. Professor's made it almost 50-50. Now Nick gets the ace-king.
Raise to 60,000.
Goes for the min raise. Professor with a suited king. He is dominated. And see how he plays this. He does call. Ace, 10, 7. Both players making a pair here. Professor with bottom pair, Nick with top pair. Professor does have backdoor diamonds. Nick going to continue.
Call.
Professor gonna call. He needs a 7 or he needs diamonds. King would probably end this tournament. It is a 3 on the turn. Professor needing exactly a 7.
Check.
Professor checks it over to Nick. $250,000 in the pot.
Bet 85,000.
85 from Nick, about a third pot. Trying to keep a pair in there. Or a draw. Professor makes the fold. Big Blue 12-12, thanks for the follow. So we continue building our Twitch army here at Texas Card House on Twitch. Tell all your friends this is where the action's at. Texas Card House.
Raise, playing for 75,000.
Raise from Professor. Nick letting go of the 4 deuce. Looks like the action tracker's a hand behind. These graphics are for the last hands now.
60,000.
Nick is opening with his 10-7. Professor's got him pipped. Gonna defend. King, Jack, 6, couple of hearts. Professor's 10 high, still good.
Check.
5 on the turn. Nick's aggression, gonna get it done here.
Bet 75,000.
Getting Professor off the superior 10 high. Looks like Professor's reaching for some chips here. Jack 10.
Raise, playing for 65,000.
Raise will get it done. These players playing heads up. Playing for about $600 or so. Difference between first and second. First getting a little under $2,100. Second place getting $1,460. Blue Green, thanks for the follow. Professor's got an ace. Looks like a raise.
Playing for 65,000.
Next up, the Queen Jack. I suspect he will continue.
Raise. Players all in.
Nick's going to go for it. Can Professor find the call with the better hands? He will not. Nick picking up 65,000 additional chips. Nick's lead almost 2-1 once again. Nick with the 10-6. Limp sit, Professor with pocket sixes. Moves all in, gets it through. I suspect this ends with a collision of two reasonably good hands. Both players do seem inclined to go all in pre.
Raised to 60,000.
9 for Professor. In raise. Takes it down. It's got queens. Professor doesn't have much though.
Cool.
Nick's gonna limp, gonna set the trap. Hoping Professor flaps something. That's second best. King 4-3. Professor did not flop much at all.
Check.
7 of hearts on the turn. Both players with a heart draw now.
Check.
Adds a little intrigue here. Check, check. 5 on the ends. Puts 4 to a straight on the board. Potentially a check, check situation.
Bet 40,000. Full.
Small bet from Nick. Gets it through. So we continue TCHY WPT step 1, final table. Head down to heads up. Professor has a suited connector. Nick has 7 deuce. Pretty good idea how this goes. Raise fold.
Fold.
Nick from Yuma, thanks for the follow. Name you see a lot on the YouTube streets, joining us on the Twitch streets. Hit that follow button if you like what you're seeing here.
Raised to 60,000.
Nick, min raises the king 8. Professor does have the goods, the best hands. A 1 and a 1. Let's see if he decides to set the trap.
160.
Raised to 160. Fold.
He does raise. 3-bet will get the king 8 out of there. Professor with the suited ace goes for the raise.
To 80,000.
Jack 9 suited can definitely continue.
Raised. All in.
Almost the TJ Cloutier. It's got to be clubs though. Nick moves all in, thinking Professor might be a little late. Professor is ahead with the ace. Does he feel ahead enough though?
Too tight.
Does not.
I'm too tight. Right, I'm who's gonna suited ace.
So these players will be in next week's monthly Step 2 main event, $330 buy-in, re-entry tournament.
Probably I can.
Winner of that tournament will get an entry in Step 3, which will be shortly thereafter. With that being the 6th qualifier, that is a invitation-only 6-handed single-table 6-max tournament. Winner gets a seat at the WPT Steps Championship. That package valued at $12,000.
What did you go in with? Pocket 60s?
Let me see.
Find out on the stream.
Nick, take it down.
Raised to 60,000.
Professor opening the King 7. Nick defending with the dominated 7. King Jack 9.
Check.
So gut shot for Nick. Top pair for Professor.
Bet 60.
Well, correction, double gut shot for Nick. I'm not giving him enough credit at this hour. Can barely read a board. Nick does move all in over Professor C-bet. Can Professor find the call? You're going to be really hard-pressed to fold top pair at this stack depth, ever. Would suck if Nick had the Queen 10, had you drawing dead, but there are so many draws, like exactly what he has, that you are beating.
Heads up poker. Can I fold the top pair?
Professor wondering if he can fold top pair out loud. Professor considering here.
Obviously,
What do you do? Top pair, crummy kicker. 11 big blinds behind. And pre-flop there was 150 in the middle. Professor bet 60. That's 210. So 337 into 210. He's going to fold.
Fold.
for the king.
Professor down to just 11 big blinds now, having made that fold.
Lines are now 20,000, 40,000.
Another king didn't come out.
Blinds are up now.
Jack 9.
20, 40, 40. So Professor now just under 10 big blinds. Oh, make that 8.5 big blinds. Two of which are sitting in the middle of this pot. Nick limping the 9-8. Professor taking the free flop with his 4-3. Hands 169 of heads up play. 6-4 deuce. Professor's got a bunch of this here. He does have middle pair, and he has a gut shot.
Check.
Nick with the 2 overs. Check, check.
Check.
Jack on the turn. Nick now with the 9 high club draw. Picks up some equity. He may not feel great about this draw, but he does feel good enough to take a stab at this.
Bet 40,000.
Goes for the min bet, the 40,000.
Five.
Big blinds is the minimum bet. Professor calls. That would leave about a pot-sized bet left behind on this river. The river is a 10. Professor's pair of 4s will be good if this gets the showdown.
Check.
Professor checks, see if Nick can go for the bluff here.
Bet 60,000 fold.
Makes it 60,000.
I'll be shoving him in the front.
Quick fold from the Professor.
I didn't like the flop though.
Professor down to 5 bigs now,
That flop top.
as Nick
That's why I checked it. I didn't think they
has
had
the
flop.
roughly 5-1 lead.
I should have called the king.
Professor now lamenting his top pair folds earlier. Donated Alien, thanks for the follow. You like Donated Alien, hit that follow button. Professor gets an upgrade. Kings, and Nick has queens. Professor thinking, where was this a hand ago when I had more chips?
Thank you.
Like, it will certainly go in the middle here.
All in.
Professor all in for 5 big blinds, and Nick is going to look at his cards and, yep, queens. Let's go.
199,000. Call. All right, push up your chip. Let's
And that disgusted look on his face. So come on, man. See if Nick can find a queen to finish this. Nick needs a queen. Does not get the queen. Professor is going to double up. His kings are going to hold against
got a pair of kings.
those queens.
199.
It's not over yet. Still plenty of life for the Professor.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
As heads up play is going to continue a while longer. Thanks for being with us. While we get these chips sorted out, remind you of our bad beat jackpot. Qualifier today is aces full of kings, beaten by quads or better. $51,000 in that jackpot. Gets easier to hit every day, goes up every day. Tomorrow it'll be aces full of queens, beaten by quads.
Take 40 more.
Battle of 8 highs here.
Call.
Nick limping his 8-5.
Check.
Ten, 8, 4, all spades. Both players with middle pair. Professor is pipped by Nick, but very good chance this one will chop.
Check, check.
Deuce on the turn.
Bet 50. Call.
Professor fires out a bet. Nick calls. River is a 7. Nick's kicker is going to play here if this gets the showdown. Pair of 8s with 10, 7, 5.
Check. Showdown.
Check, check.
Pair. Pair of 8s. With the 5. Pair of 8s.
So Nick picking up this pot. Let's be nice in the chat. Let's not call people awful. These players putting themselves out there for all of our entertainment. They deserve some respect for that. Professor with the queens now.
Raise. Playing for 100.
Professor is going to raise. Nick's going to see that he doesn't have a very good hand, and Professor getting his raise through. I'm not going to offer opinions on anyone's appearance for the chat pro who's wondering. Squirrel, yeah, you can degen your points here. As we see people do.
Raise. All in. Full.
Nick shoves his ace into Professor's less than 10 bigs, gets it through. Playing 20, 40, 40 blinds here. Professor paying his small blinds with small chips.
All in.
Nick shoving his, Professor shoving his ace jack. Nick snapping with his ace. He is dominated.
All in and a call.
If he finds a deuce, he will win this tournament. See if Professor can hold. Queen 10-4. Professor with a gut shot now. Nick with a wheel draw now. 5 reduced for Nick. Does not get it. Professor will double up.
Pair of 3s with an ace jack.
His ace jack will be good. Professor jumps into the chip lead here. Could this be the week that we see Professor win on TCH Live? He's on this final table so much. He deserves it. Great guy. Control Shift Escape. Thanks for the follow. So I know chip lead is safe here. Chip lead means it's going to take you 2 hands to go broke instead of 1. Always a sweat. That's right, Squirroo. King Jack for Nick. Definitely a hand that he could shove, and he does. First time we've really had to see him play from behind tonight. Professor going to fold his ace. These players neck and neck. Big Blue 12-12. I believe we allow 18 and up at TCH Austin, but you can see complete every TCH per Super Producer Carolyn. You can see our complete club rules at texascardhouse.com. You will need some ID to establish a membership.
Raise, all in.
Professor shoving his ace king gets that through.
Raise, all in.
Pocket threes for Nick. All in the quick fold. These players exchanging blinds. Still neck and neck. The calm before the storm. Some 178 hands of poker at our final table here. Now Nick with the ace king. Professor has 9-6 offsuit on the button. Gonna give the walk, and Nick like, why'd you have to do that? Nick deciding to give the walk with the 7-6 off. Our final table continues. Heads up. These two players battling it out for about $600 or so. Now it's Nick getting the walk.
Fold. Raise, all in.
Nick gonna shove the queen 6 offsuit. Gets it through. Maybe sensing a little weakness. Professor's going to give the walk now. Hit Panthers 1, 2, 3. Thanks for the follow.
Braves, all in.
Pocket sevens versus king queen suited. Nick has shoved his sevens. Professor with the choice. Chart says this is a call, I believe. He does make the call. We're going to flip.
Showdown.
We're going to have a flip. If Nick sevens will hold, he will win this tournament.
And a call.
Otherwise, Professor will find a double up. Here comes the flop. 9, 8, 7 set for Nick. King on the turn. And Nick,
Pair versus
with his set of sevens, is going to win our step 1 tournament. Well done, Nick.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Good run, Professor.
Good run, guys.
Live and die by these flips.
Okay.
See you both in step 2 next
See you all
week.
next week.
That will finish our show for this evening.
That's all right.
William Waddy here,
Oh, you
producer
gotta come
Carolyn
back.
Apple Controls
20K
all night.
guarantee, man.
Thanks
You
to
win
our
that one, you
staff.
advance again.
Thanks to our players. Join us tomorrow night for the 5-10-25 No Limit Hold'em uncapped game here in Austin. For now, signing off. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks for watching.